Alright, so... Alright, so... Alright, so I think we can start, or rather we can continue what we finished yesterday. So right now I'm just trying to kind of like test Grace notes, and I'm stuck at this test which is called Grace 20. So let's see. Yeah, I need to reconfigure, or maybe I can use the local host which I was using in a different network. Yeah. Alright, so I think... Yeah. So right now I'm working on this problem where like there is two Grace notes between two notes, and this main note and it's followed by Grace notes. They're kind of like one octave up, and they're supposed to sound a bit higher, and then we can go back to the octave down. I'm just gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna just check that the sound is alright. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, as you hear, as you hear, this note doesn't sound quite good. I mean, it sounds in the wrong octave, so that's something we can test and fix. So I had some ideas on how I can achieve this, and yeah, the way I can achieve this thing is if, by the way, I think I would rather change the color scheme, because I noticed that it's a bit it's a bit how to say, bright when I'm streaming. And let's pick this theme. Yeah, it's alright. Okay, so yeah, so the idea is like we're adding time frame to indicate octave signs here, and if we take a look at how it looks, we can notice that although if octave sign adjustment is not 0, which is not in this case, we need to apply octave sign adjustments. And also since would better if I will show like on a whiteboard or something like that. But the thing is, when we're playing Grace notes, of course they come a little bit earlier than the main note, and we kind of like reserve the space for them. But the idea is that in order to be correct and don't mess things up early on, we just assume that Grace notes played at the same time or at the same time frames as the main notes. So that would allow us, I'm not quite sure that this is correct approach in general, but I think it would allow us to kind of like be sure that we don't mess up the synchronization between the notes. And Yeah, because it's kind of like complex logic goes afterwards where we, adjust them. And that part, I think I will definitely consider to rewrite, or, to test it properly. But before that, yeah, I need to be sure that it works in a way that if uh, yeah, we synchronize time frames, but since grace notes are kind of like played at the same time frame, we need to somehow distinguish priorities of how they played, right? And in order to achieve this, there is a kind of like grace count property which tells us if unit is grace, then we take encounters which basically two-dimensional object where first dimension is time and second dimension is sort of combination of stave and voice key. So in this case, we're just getting this counter, which is increments with each grace node or grace units, and otherwise we're just telling that this is undefined. So yeah, that's the basics of this algorithm, and yeah, here I'm doing the same thing, but I'm telling like yeah, I'm telling if this grace note has finished playing, then we can somehow add the certain indicator that we just finished this sign and we are ready to play. Yeah, we are ready to play without any octave adjustments. So in order to achieve this, I'm just incrementing, or rather, not incrementing this value, but like I'm telling this comes next. So this particular note should be played as it is, but what comes afterwards, we're playing. According to priorities, but since last time I tested it, it didn't work at all, or at least as I expected. I haven't, checked the other tests, but the one that I checked didn't work, and I'm trying to figure out why. So, as far as I know, this thing works quite well. It indicates that, yeah, grace count is 1, so all we need to do is just to check the logic which is described here, I think. Yeah. So basically, here we're just trying to normalize grace counts, because if we kind of like trying to synchronize grace notes among multiple voices and staves, then we should normalize them, because like they're attached or aligned to the right side, to the main node. So that's kind of important. So if we follow this logic, then we can see that if not is grace, and if we have octave sign which is applied to particular time, to particular stave position, and to the voice, and also it has it can have like multiple values from different octave signs. So I think this is kind of like our case, and I'm thinking that it doesn't work quite well. Yeah, at least I think I can check the values here. So let's just output them. And let's okay, I think we can remove some of these logs, or let's leave it for a while. All right, oops. Yeah, let's check this one. All right, so yeah, in order to distinguish those things, yeah, I think okay, so yeah, I'm just not seeing it correctly. All right, there are two changes, I suppose, or rather two grace notes, which is right. So this one, which tells us, okay, so we have normalized octave sign, grace count, and like the grace count of the node itself. I think that's kind of like correct. And we also have this one. So let's listen. Oh, rather we need to refresh the page. Yeah, so what else we can do here? I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Okay, so okay, so what are we doing exactly? So this one should be played on one octave up, and it doesn't play, so we gotta fix this thing. And it looks like this. So yeah, okay, so we're telling that we have normalized octave sign grace count. So this thing actually don't exactly work. Alright, so because I think yeah, I think it shouldn't work. This is why it's supposed to be adjustment like with one, right? Yeah, so it's good that it doesn't necessarily work in this case. But it should work like the second time, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, let's go here and try to print it out for every node. And okay, do we have, yeah, we have like this. Right. Let me change this thing as well. I don't remember, like, settings. Okay. Okay, so here what we can. All right. All right. So basically, we have the first node, which is not Grace, of course, and yeah, apparently we don't have any values here for Grace counts. Here we have Grace count 0, which is correct, and yeah. So for some reason, yeah. I mean, we kind of like we should go back somehow. So it's Grace, yeah, but this is not right. For some reason we are not. Yeah, I think I understood why. Actually, we have this problem. Okay, yeah. So what we should do here, because not is Grace, but we don't have particular counts for that before. So yeah. All right. So what should we do here? It's quite a good question. By the way, there is one thing I just remembered. should work. All right, so okay. So yeah, this is the problem, and I don't know how to solve it. Let's think about it for a sec. So if grace count is undefined, that means that it's not necessary to have this sort of. Yeah, I think it's not correct. Let's say if note is grace, and I mean yeah. Yeah, we can at least do something like this. So there is a third case which I didn't consider, which is like if this current node is grace, but this thing is actually undefined. I don't know how to call this particular thing as a variable, but I think it's better if I leave it like this, because it's more explicit. Okay. But I'm thinking, should I like yeah. I also can replace this thing as by this, but I don't want to because it's kind of like doesn't fit in general the logic when you understand the whole thing. So okay, so I think we can test it again. Okay, so it's failed, which is gives a bit hope. Okay. And this is what it was before. Yeah. The second time works perfectly fine. Doesn't mean that everything works perfectly, but at least this test works. We can remove this stuff. And this one. All right. Right now we can just restart the server by sending the signal. The signal, by the way, sends to the server that we need to reload instances one by one, which allows us to achieve zero downtime natively, like without any orchestrator. We're just using Node.js, and I'm not even using any tools like Node-Daemon or something like that. Everything is natively supported. Alright. So I think now we can run all the tests. There should be some of the fails. Yeah. Let's start with this one. So that was before. Yeah, which is sounds weird. But this one doesn't seem works quite right either. Yeah, it seems like it seems like we have another issue here, but let me check other stuff and maybe I will have some clue what's going on. Yeah, this one works, seems like well, and this one we've checked. Yeah. Alright. We have one failing test. So let's focus on this. So here, so what's the problem? Let's listen again. Yeah, it seems like this particular line basically sounds the same as this one, which is not right. So why does this happen? So yeah, I think let's just for a second. By the way, how was it sound before? Yeah, I don't understand this either. Let's add some tempo here because it's too fast and it's hard to kind of like distinguish these things. Grace 15. Okay, so let's add some tempo. Let's say that 1/4 is 50. Okay. Actually, I don't want to do this. I want to just run the test. Okay, so let's see. 1/4 is 50. Okay. Actually, I don't want to do this. I want to just run the test. Okay. Actually, I don't want to do this. I want to just run the test. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's run this test again. I mean, or rather recreate this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now we can at least hear more specifically all the notes. And yeah, I think we can somehow fix this. Okay. So obviously the problem is that when we check this grace note, it's basically in the same time frame as this one, and it tells us, you know, we have one octave adjustment here, so please go here and do something, which is not correct, because if the note is grace, then yeah, it comes to the problem that this grace note count here is undefined because it's not grace note, and basically it tells us that yeah, I think we need to check the time, right? The timing, because it's all about timing. So here in this particular condition, we need to be sure that this octave sign, time is less than, yeah, strictly less than not time, and then it should work. Let's run all the tests just to see that we have only one failed one. Yeah. Okay. So that was before. And now. Yeah, now it works. Yeah, that's a bit long condition. Somehow it needs to be simplified, but on the other hand, I kind of like, I'm thinking that all these crazy conditions, they're so explicit and so like accurate. I don't want to even touch this stuff. I will think about, there need be like good reason to add some more words in this code, because there are already so many details and so many different cases. But anyways, let's restart. So we can update the test. So it's updating here. update the test. Let's run them all together. Okay. Okay, that's a good progress for now. Let's commit the changes. Okay, so let's do it properly with the pull requests. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's create pull requests. I don't want to wait for all the checks. I'm pretty sure that lint works well. Yeah, there are a lot of directories. Oh, no, actually, we have one error. Okay, on line 5. Oh, 17, okay. Yeah. 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 And I'm pretty sure that visual tests have not been changed, so just in case, let's run them as well. Alright, yeah, well, they taken a bit on 1 second more than they used to. I don't know, maybe it's because the CPU is not doing that well. Okay, I mean while I'm streaming, of course. Yeah, I need to install that tool which autocompletes branch names. Okay, I think we can easily merge this. Because like for me, merging is not that critical. Of course you wanna have clean master branch, but you need to deploy some code in order to see the changes. So. Which is, in my case, quite easy. I also send one signal to the remote server and everything reloads with 0 downtime, which is nice. Okay, so... Alright. That's not all, of course. Let's now add more tests. let's add more tests with multiple staves and voices. Yeah, I need to come up with some good tests. Alright, so let's see. So let's have two staves, and let's say we have one node here. Should I use different clefs? I would like to, of course, kind of like test them separately. But anyways, I think I will be good with that. Alright, yeah. Okay, so let's go like this, then let's go like this. Let's set up Tempor, which is like something like this. Okay, perfecto. And now, what can we do? We can say that octave on second stave from node 2 to node 3, let's say. Let's go on first stave. Okay, yeah. Let's also stretch the notes. Okay, yeah, because stretching doesn't work on this particular case, so okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's do maybe one more note in each of this. Let's say we go here. So we're playing this note like this, then we go octave up, we go here, and yeah, we finish here. And here, let's say the same thing on the second stave, which goes actually no, let's go from Grace note, right? From note number and to the end, because I kind of like want to have as many intersections, I mean like specific intersections. I have no idea will it work or not. I even don't know if I can if I would hear any mistakes, so let's hope for the best. Okay. Okay, so Grace 21. All right, let's see. Okay, 5 seconds. Okay, that's interesting. I think this part was correct. Then we go here, it's correct. But the last sound is not something I would expect. Although this is kind of like they're playing in unison, right? So not in unison, but there's same pitch on different octaves. So yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but to me it seems like okay. So let's hear. Yeah, it's definitely not played octave up, which is. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so let's go here as well with C notes. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Even I can tell that it sounds about right. Let's hear again. Yeah, because like this note kind of like downs up what was played on the stave up. So let's hear again. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, but we're here to find errors. We're not here just to play around, right? We gotta find some certain examples where we can potentially find mistakes. Because QA is all about finding mistakes. If you're not willing to open your mind and try to break your program, then you cannot be sure that it's robust and with really good quality. Of course, it's quite good to have some metrics, for example, like to count all the errors that you found during the development, but I think at this stage I'm just developing the whole algorithm, so it's expected that, you know, all the bugs coming from different places, and yeah, I don't think it's I don't expect that everything will be perfect from day one, even after the release, but this is why you should always use your own product and kind of like test it every day, in order to find all little inaccuracies and mistakes. It will inspire you to be even more productive in your work and strive to perfection, or at least to some potential to have this to have this perfection. So yeah, I think it's quite important. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what can I do else. In terms of octave signs, of course, I think I can also combine octave signs and clefs with grace notes. I think it's also a good idea, but I wanna do it gradually, right? So yeah, I gotta think about it. Okay, so let's try this test one more time just to be sure, because like it's quite difficult for me to hear this particular sound, but I hope, yeah, I think it should work. So let's hear again. Yeah. Okay. So I just remembered that there was Grace 20, right? This quite little test. What I want to do now, I want to start another octave sign, but 2 octaves up from the third unit to the fourth unit. So I think we can do it, right? I hope so. Nope. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so about QA or quality assurance, I think that this job is pretty much underrated, to be honest, because what usually in the companies people do as a QA, so they're just trying to run some regression tests and just to be sure that some of the tests or some of the logic that was presumed while the system were were developing or being developed before, that doesn't that you don't break anything. You just check that developer pushed some changes which didn't break anything, which is bare minimum what quality assurance really must do. But in my opinion, quality assurance should strive to find all sorts of errors. But the problem with modern software development is like, yeah, we're trying to kind of like to be sure that nothing breaks, but we don't have enough time, right? Always this how to say there's this assumption that we don't have time to find errors in our systems, and we know that most products are like a trash, right? So they're full of bugs and something that you would definitely try to improve, but the way the products are managed, the way that software development teams work, I don't think it's in the best interest of people to find those errors, because errors always associated with the unprofessional how to say that you're not professional enough, right? So you make mistakes, but I think people should encourage finding those mistakes, and when you see mistake in your product and when you've encounter it before your users, so I think it's time to celebrate and start thinking about how can we solve this problem. And yeah, I think this is biggest issue in software development teams, because when you find problems, people just react in a passive way, because they don't want to face this reality that, well, yeah, we gotta fix this thing. People react when users submit issues. Oh, that's really issue, we should fix it. But I mean, most of the time, those errors and like mistakes, you must found yourself. I mean, that's kind of like the main job, I think, of quality assurance. Although, I mean, even the title of such field like quality assurance, that like you're sure that quality is all right, but I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, I think it's kind of like should be done differently. Like, you should strive to break your product as much as you can. Yeah. Anyways, This is what I'm trying, and it's not like easy, right? Because psychology works in a way that you developed something and you kind of like want it to work. You don't want to break it, and or I don't know. You don't want to find some cases where it doesn't work as you expected. And I think that it's a really difficult job. I mean, I would put quality assurance even higher than software development, simply because developing something, it's obviously not easy. It's hard, but it's comfortable. You know, you kind of like you see the problem and you solve the problem. But here, you all you focus on, all you kind of like energy should be focused on finding those errors and finding like adventures or problems, which you need to resolve. So it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult mentally, and but this is what makes product robust and um, better than any other products on the market who doesn't care about those things. So I'm trying my best, but yeah, it's extremely difficult. I mean, you wanna your product work well, but yeah, you gotta work for your meal and find as many errors as you can. But yeah, it's just extremely difficult because even creating these test cases, which are not that complicated in their structure, even in their sizes, but you kind of like need to force yourself to maybe maybe something can can be done or can go wrong in particular case. Yeah, I think that test coverage, by the way, makes the job much easier. And as you can see, I'm just using simple templates where I put my tests, and there's not so much code that which run those tests. So I think that's kind of nice, and it's kind of like much better than, I don't know, writing unit tests, because unit tests are code, right? They're code as well. So their format is kind of like programming language scripts or other types of code depending on your language. But and you don't want to necessarily support these things. You want to minimize the amount of code in your tests, and integrational test, I think, is the best thing you can use to achieve this thing. So um, yeah, and about test coverage, right? If for example um, I have like a recent report I can show you. All right, so as you see, there is certain folders which is under async. They can be covered only with unit tests, I think, and I'm pretty sure that those how to say, functions or monads, which I write as a classes, but it's another story. Yeah, I think those things are kind of like they're not um, they're not covered as I wanted them to be covered, of course. But on the other hand, they're kind of like, I don't know. There is very little risk that something is wrong there, but of course. And as you can see, like for example, DB API, they're actually more like integrational tests, and they are covered. I don't know, like almost everything is covered there. And for example, like yeah, those tests are also covered. So yeah, it's almost 100%, which is great. Mongo containers, yeah, there are some stuff which, I don't know, it's quite difficult to test. Or maybe it's not difficult, but for some reason I decided not to. Found some stuff that I can do. So yeah. Okay. And if we go to the drawing engine, which basically draws the music score, it covered pretty much everything, like with few exceptions, of course. But yeah, just to show some examples, let's say we see that yeah, I don't exactly know what's not covered here. Let's go with some red ones, right? Like, I don't know. Can we go to the MIDI? Yeah. Okay, so okay. Yeah, for example here, right? We see that some stuff is not been checked, and we're like, okay, we see that something has not been even called once, so let's create a test case, right? So it would cover this particular case, and I think this is awesome. I think like such tools like I don't know how it's called, like Istanbul or something like that, like code coverage tools. They're amazing. I mean, you can just take a look and see, okay, so this part is not covered. Let's create a test and see how it goes. So, but also it can show, like, for example, tempo names. I'm not gonna like test every tempo name because I mean, although just for the fun, I might, just to be sure that everything is covered. But yeah. Um, they follow the same logic, so I decided not to do this. Although it's always nice, to have those green rectangles here. So, and yeah, if you take a look at in general, the tests coverage is quite good. Although I'm pretty sure it was much higher. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, if you look at the total coverage, it's like 86%, branch is 74. I mean, you might think, oh, it's not 90 even, but let's be realistic. I think it has potential to be close to 19 or even to 100. But how many of you can even be proud of such numbers? Not, I don't recall any like serious enterprise project which I worked on as a software developer which had such numbers. So yeah, I think it's amazing. So yeah, I think we can continue with the test that I had in mind. So yeah, okay. All right, so I think we can continue. So what I was doing, yeah, I had this thing here. So yeah, I wanna like do this octave up, or rather 2 octaves up. From node 3 to node 4. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see. All right. Okay. Yeah, it works. Okay, so yeah, I also had one test in mind where like where like I'm finishing some octave sign, but not really, right? Um, so basically, where like where I start the same note where I finish. So basically, we can just copy this test. Let's add grace22 or grace23.txt. So yeah. So the way that it will be drawn, even I think it will compromise some stuff. I guess. So okay. Yeah. 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 So basically, what we're doing here. So we're trying to draw octave up from note 1 to note 2, but we're saying, okay, we're trying to draw 2 octaves up from note 2 to note 4, but it will not work. I'm not sure that this logic, I'm agreeing with this, although I understand that this thing contains user error, right? It's not supposed to be like this. But I'm saying like I'm just gonna continue draw this octave note till the end. But let's listen if this corresponds to the sound. Yeah. So let's say you can do something like this. Okay. Okay, it's the same thing, but yeah. But when I add this thing, I shouldn't recreate, but anyway. Oh, actually, that's interesting, you know. So basically, I found another error here. Yeah, let's explicitly say this. Okay, so the error is that okay, actually it works, but yeah, let's do another test. Where we sync 2 octaves up. From note 2. Okay. Let's see 24. Okay, that's interesting, because to me Yeah, to me it sounds like. Let's take a look at page schema. One sec. Yeah. Yeah, so the image doesn't represent necessarily what sounds. Yeah, I just realized that. Okay. It's quite interesting. Yeah, it's quite interesting, by the way. Yeah. I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to react to this thing. On one hand, I do understand that this logic, it's kind of like I understand that we're gonna continue if you wanna. But for me, it's like it's easier to adjust the image now because it would make just more sense, and I would need to synchronize two logics on music and on an image. But I'm not quite sure which approach should be more suitable here. So basically, what we're saying, like, okay, we finished here, and then we're just starting again 2 octaves, but from the same note, which is not correct at all, like logically, of course. But how we are not like pursuing. So the main idea of unison is to try to draw as many things as possible from the description, and of course we kind of like interpret some of the things, questionable things, in a certain way, but those ways supposed to, I think, reflect as much as it possible from the text. So if, for example, I'm gonna copy this stuff and go here, if I click here, it will not redirect to anything. Here it works, yeah, but here not much. If I say from the note number 3, then it would work quite nicely. So which approach should I take? That's the main question. Okay, so let's go to the drawing engine. So I think that it's under the measure folder. Actually, I just can do something like this. Octava Science. Yeah, here it is. So here we just saying okay, so right. So this case is that we haven't we already have Octavus sign stack with the particular generated key, but at the same time we are trying to render new thing. So I suppose it's here. Yeah, and we're saying like no, we will draw whenever this thing is not doesn't exist. It doesn't exist and it doesn't exist and we are not supposed to do anything. And then if it's finished, then we draw new. We delete this thing and we are ready for new thing. So that's the main kind of like idea here. Okay, so here I would say it's all good, but what if we have this thing so yeah, it should be finished here. So what do I do here, right? I think the best approach would be like so the best approach would be like, okay, we are not finished, right? But we do have this yeah, we have this Octavus sign mark and yeah, so we're like saying that we have Octavus sign mark here. So it's not necessary to check whether this thing is finished or not. But there must be some other checks, right? Or not? Let me think. I mean, not really, I think so. The biggest problem that I see, the biggest problem that I see here is that we supposed to do something like but before, right? Yeah. So let's say we are checking this thing. And yeah, right now it's supposed to work like this. Okay, let's first run visual tests because I'm not quite sure that, I don't know, maybe I don't have any particular test for this, but I don't know. Let's see. It seems like it will be good. And let's check now audio tests. There should be at least one failed one. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, at least it shows something, which is, I mean, which is quite nice. Yeah, it's overlaps what was before, but you can, first of all, you can adjust it if you want to, and second of all, I think it's even good that it's overlaps because it shows, hey man, something isn't right, you know, something not particularly correct here. Although I can easily even fix this issue, but I really don't want to. Yeah. Yeah, because we calculate those things and while we're going, so just to increase the and slow down the whole process just for this case, I don't want to do this because apparently there is some error and we usually like showing this. So yeah, and of course it would work musically as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Alright, so I will be back shortly. Okay, so yeah, here I am. Alright, so yeah, I think it should work. Did it fail? Yeah, let's update this one. Let's run all the tests. Okay, it seems everything works. So I'm trying again. I'm trying again to find some stuff. Yeah, this is quite nice example, but right now I'm just kind of like focused more um, on multiple staves type of things. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is what comes to Octavus Science. Can we check different voices? I don't know, let's try. So, Grace 21, which checks different staves. Let's now add a new test. I don't remember like the latest number here on 24 probably, or not. 25. Okay, so let's go and yeah, let's just make this. Let's do this. Do this. Okay. $25. All right. Okay. Yeah, just one moment. I think we should do. Yeah, it wouldn't work like this. Let's go to octave down, right? So it would look more or less nice. Okay. Alright, so I think it looks much nicer. Okay, so the idea is that this sound will sound alright. Then we go here, it's octave up. Then we hear a good difference here. Then octave down here, here again, and here we'll see down, slide down in the first voice. It would sound interesting. Let's see. Okay. Let's hear again. Yeah, it sounds about right. I thought, yeah, because like this thing starts from here, so so yeah, it's supposed to work quite well. So let's hear again. These two notes, let's focus on this part. Yeah, yeah. I think there is slight incline or decline of the octave. Yeah, the MIDI player works in a weird way. Okay, let's hear again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's listen again. Yeah. All right. There is a weird. I don't really know about this sound, to be honest. Let's hear again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It seems about right. Okay. So we tested definitely on this part. So let's go these things again, but on new stuff. I would create a separate test for that. Craze 26 txt. Okay, yeah. I think we just will hear in unison everything, so there'll be no problem. Okay. Okay, let's one. Okay. Yeah. It seems about right. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there is also think about cross-stuff chords or cross-stuff units, which I think also useful to check just in case. I mean, it's not like it will be popular case or any meaningful case, but sometimes you gotta check quite unique details in your program in order to understand, oh, maybe I'm missing something in general, you know. And those little checks can lead to quite useful, missing details. So yeah, let's check how Grace notes with octave signs would work, like on cross staff or cross stave, yeah. Cases, so to speak. So okay, so let's add new test. Grace 27. So I think that what I need to do, let's experiment a bit. Yeah, just 1 second, I'll be back. All right. Okay, so let's say we have a chord which is Grace. Oh my god. Let's say no. Let's go on this chord. Let's say we have another stave. Let's specify explicitly this stave as well, which is with treble clef. This one with bass clef. Let's say that it is on next stave. Okay, yeah. Now let's say we have the same chord. Which is, yeah, I would say we can also put it in next stave here. And we can even duplicate this thing here. We don't see reasons why not to. Let's say we have octave up from second unit to third unit. Yeah, so I just don't exactly remember, would this thing apply? Yeah, it should apply for the whole chords. I suppose, but if yeah, the whole thing on next stave, then it shouldn't be applied. So as far as I remember, to be honest, but I cannot tell for sure. So let's copy this thing and say that the whole thing is on next stave, right? Yeah, I think then this must work. But before, we can duplicate this thing, of course, and say into the fourth unit. Yeah. So I think what's supposed to work. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that this particular chord should be played like octave up, although it says that it should. I think it's supposed to. I don't know, the whole thing seems a bit weird logically. I don't think that anyone even considers such structure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember, to be honest. So let's just check, right? The only thing we can do right now. So let's create the test. Create 23, or sorry, 20. Is it 27? Right. All right. I think I have too much tabs open, but anyways. So how it would sound? It would sound like normally, then octave up. I don't know about this thing, but this one definitely should be played like normally. So I don't know, let's see. And of course I forgot to set up tempo, so it would be possible to follow this thing. Let's go this one. Alright, yeah. Raise 27, okay. Okay, let's see, I don't know. Interesting. Okay, so let's check again. Yeah, what I can also do, by the way, I can copy this whole thing. A new measure. And here I can say 2 octaves up. Alright, just let's see. Yeah, because I forgot to say that this is yeah, because like if we specify this thing twice, it just repeats. I mean, if we apply that the whole chord is on next stave, then it presumes that all the following chords on the next stave as well. So yeah. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, I think it's quite close to the truth. Um, okay, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. The wrong tab, I think. Yeah. So yeah, so this note So what I would do now, let me think. Yeah, I think the biggest so in order to distinguish this thing, I suppose it must be, let me check, I think the sound might be quite high. Oh no, it's okay. Anyways, how long am we here? Oh, almost 2 hours. All right. Anyways, so yeah. So basically, I'm not even sure what to do here. Yeah, I suppose if the whole chord on next state, then it's not applied to the octave sign. It just doesn't make that much sense, to be honest. So yeah. There were also some of the tests. I don't necessarily remember the names. Where I just test the octave signs. So 1 second, 1 or 2 seconds for all the tests. I mean, there are a lot of tests already, so that's really nice. Anyways, so I think we can go here, and I think it's called octave number 6, or I don't know, not this one, maybe this one, no, okay. Dun-dun-dun. Yeah. Yeah, right. So let's check out this thing. Yeah, so I think that does make sense, I guess. Although I'm just thinking maybe it doesn't make that much sense. Maybe we should apply this thing. I don't really remember. I really don't know the musical rule for this case. I don't think that anyone even considered this. Um, yeah. I mean, I can draw this thing. Um, yeah, I don't know. Ba, ba, bum. All right. Yeah. What's the biggest issue if I apply this octave signs for the units which are completely on different staves? I don't see that much risks there, to be honest. Okay. Okay, so here to indicate class on stuff before unit. Okay, so I think this is what comes to. Okay, so this one is quite primitive thing. All right, so yeah. Okay, so maybe I can do something like I can take this thing here. Okay, so this function even from the drawer. Okay. Okay. Dun-dun-dun. I think there should be like logic where like let's go to the schema, maybe there'll be some clue there. I don't know. I'll notes. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, for some reason I decided to calculate these things over and over again, which I don't know. Anyways, I mean, this approach is of course correct. But I would do something like this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Alright. I would use the same thing, I suppose, for... Yeah, but it's kind of like tricky because... because if you start those things... yeah, I don't know. At least there might be some logic there. Okay, so add time frame to indicate new clef on stay before unit. That's not what we want. We want rather this thing. And stuff voice key is basically we're saying, you know what, we're kind of like doing this thing, so yeah. Okay. So this thing... Actually, I'm not quite sure where exactly this thing is calculated. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's kind of like interesting stuff here. Yeah. So we're kind of like expecting this thing to happen. But at the same time, for some reason, we are not adding this thing here. I don't know why. But this is not cool. So okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. So I forgot to I don't remember where did I did this. Oh, okay, stuff that should index done. Alright, okay, that's fair enough, I suspect. Yeah, this thing. Okay, I would say that that this stuff I would rather attach here, just because, you know, they're kind of like, just to see that, okay, so we did this, and yeah, we're doing this as well, because otherwise I can even forget about this thing. Alright, so we did this, and which is alright, but stuff voice key, which is also a good thing, but if I collapse this thing, so it's about right. Okay, so right now I'm thinking like should do something like this. Okay. Okay, so here we need to declare stave voice key considering I don't want to call this way, but we can do stave position voice key. Although of course it's not perfect name, but you can always find and have some clue what's going on. But anyways, and let's go like this. And now what we can do, we can do something like this, right? Oh yeah. And we need to do something like this. Okay. Let's see how many tests we're gonna okay, he's not defined. 2, 4, 9. Okay. 2, 4, 9. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So So what can we do actually is, let's say, we can detect that all the nodes in a unit are on the next stave. And then yeah, it won't make sense, I think. It just wouldn't make any sense. Well, generally, like, if we have cross-staff unit and we have only some of the nodes on different stave, then when we still apply octave sign for all the nodes, right? So but do we? That's the good question. Yeah, those keys, I'm completely like confused. Okay, let me think about it. So So how can we finding those things? Right. So basically, we kind of like saying that but actually, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how it worked in the first place. Yeah, that's kind of like interesting thing. Okay. Anyways, let me think. Why did it work in the first place? Like with the I don't know how it's called, Grace 27. Okay, so let me find, maybe we already have such test. Octave number 11. Okay, not this one. Maybe this one, not really. This one? Nope. This one? Not really. Octave number 12. Let's create a new test. Just to see. Okay, I think what we can do is like we can revert the logic here. Yeah, we can just comment this thing. So the idea is here like to say so we have a stave, we have a chord which have these notes. Let's say this is with treble clef. Oh my god. Alright, so and this one stave with bass clef. I don't want to do anything here. Let's say it's on next stave. Okay. And now can say 2 octaves up from second unit to third unit, And we also can have this thing again. To 4th unit to 6th unit. But just down. Okay, so okay. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so yeah, let's stretch. Let's stretch a bit those notes. Because clearly we don't have enough space for this thing. I'm not quite sure that this thing is alright, but yeah, I don't see other things like, because it's quite close to it, and yeah, what else I can say? Not much. Yeah, we don't have enough space, and the algorithm works in a way that, okay, we don't have enough space, so let's draw to some side, right? But right now I'm just thinking, yeah, maybe, I don't know how to do these things, but yeah, when we stretch, we have enough space for the bracket, so yeah, whatever. I hope it's not a big deal. And by the way, I think something went wrong. Yeah, I forgot to type correctly this. I forgot the T letter, by the way. Octave number 12. Alright, now I hope that it should work. Okay. Yeah, it works. So this note should be like alright, then we go up, and then we go down. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so I think in order to compare this thing, I think we can just yeah, we can just create a new line and tell that we want something like, I don't know, something like this. So yeah, in order to do this, we can just say C. This one, C. This one goes here. This one goes here. This one goes here. Okay, and can say that with okay, so now I'm not quite sure that it's 100% correct, but let's see. Yeah. Is it 12? Yeah. Alright. So let's see. So yeah, it's rendered this way. So they should sound, I think, similarly, but I don't know. Let's check it out. I understand nothing. Yeah, that's weird. I hear less note than I supposed to hear. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. 10 sound units should be played, but let's count. I don't know. Let's, by the way, put here also tempo is okay. Okay. Let's see now how it's work. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, they're played differently as far as I can tell. Let's hear again. Okay, I also realized one interesting thing is like uh, yeah, to me it seems like this particular thing is applied only to the top thing. I don't know. Let's hear again. Yeah, so that's the problem, right? Kind of like when we're adding some how to say, when we are adding some of the octave signs for crosstalk units, what we're doing, it's kind of like yeah, to me it seems like we should add those stop voice keys for I don't know, like for pretty much each note in unit params. Yeah, because like otherwise it won't make much sense, right? So yeah. Uh, yeah, it's interesting. So how can we achieve this thing? Um, so pretty much we can just say that we can just gather all the stave indexes from the unit params, right? Unique stave indexes, and just say, you know what, we are adding those indications all other staves, right? So this way then we can find for each node, I suspect. Yeah, so I think that should work, but it can be quite tricky, and we definitely, luckily we have enough tests to check if we break something by this addition. But yeah, I don't know. We gotta do something about that. Right. Okay, I'll be right back. Just 1 second. Okay. Alright. So I think that we must do this stuff. Okay, so yeah, I'm not even sure how to properly indicate those things. Um, Alright, so basically what we're going to do is we are going to create a function which collects all unique stuff, StayFOS keys. Probably, or rather unique stave keys. So yeah. Okay, so let's go here and just add this function. But I need to check one more thing, is like, yeah, we probably should go here and then this thing here. Okay, so let's add this function which is called unique stave indexes. Or rather stave indexes occupied by unit, something like that. Here we're just gonna tell unit params. Yeah. Yeah, this is not something I would do here. Yeah, this is something that we need to do after we just assigned all those index keys to each node. Yeah, I think something around like this. Yeah. Okay. So we need to go through this stuff again. Okay, so so let's say if stave indexes index of node index. Then of course we need to push this thing. Can I use an object here? I mean, I can, but yeah, I think I can, of course, and I'll probably do this. And then I can, yeah, but just again converting those things, is it worth it? I think it will be the same speed, so yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Anyways, so I'm going to push this thing here, and that's about it. And I think it should work. space. And now yeah, I think now we can just add this thing right after. Yeah, I just made a space. So I think we can do something like this. Then we can just tell, you know what, we want this stuff here. Yeah. I don't remember, do we have voice index in a unit perhaps? It's a good question. But I think that it goes with voice index here anyways, so yeah. Voice index. Yeah, we're using it here anyways. Okay, so this is what comes here, and then we also need to do something like this. I'm not quite sure that I probably need to get rid of this thing and get rid of this thing, or maybe not. Let's leave stave index here and just say, okay, let's start this function. And yeah, apparently we need to have voice index. Before that we need to have stave indexes occupied. I don't remember how exactly it's been called here. Yeah. Okay. And now what we do here? So okay, so I think this is what comes to this function. And yeah. Okay, let's see where it's been used here. State index. Oh, it's not been used anywhere. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Let's get rid of this thing here. Okay, those things quite nice, but let's see. Okay. Okay, so let's say state index here. Okay. Okay, oh lord, I don't know. No. I don't know, let's just hope that it will work. Let's run all the tests. Okay, node is not defined by unit. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, there are some failed tests. Okay, let's hear it out. So this was something before. Okay, now yeah, this thing I like. This thing I like. This is actually a good point. Like the reason why I'm writing code like this, right? When basically all you see is just row types and all the calculations are brought on the surface instead of hiding them. I don't know. By some layers of abstraction, because when you realize something that, oh, wait a second, there are a few things that I can adjust and like to propagate on some different type of structures, and just by adding simple cycle, or I don't know, it's just easier to adjust those things when everything is on the surface, right? When you see the problem, then you see the solution of this problem on the screen in one place. So yeah, I think it's amazing, and I don't know. To me, like any function, like if you take a math, for example, right? Those some of the problems in math are quite complex, and you could see like many arguments in some algorithms, or I don't know, in some theorems, and you need to combine those parameters and to try to find a solution. But in software development, I think it's even more, I think some of the problems in software development are more complex than some of the problems in math. Not like in intellectually more complex, but I mean in terms of number of arguments and different parameters and stuff like that. So the notion that we should limit ourselves and pass only 3 or 4 arguments in each function seems to me a bit weird, because there are tons of things that you need to consider at certain point of time. I don't know. I mean, software development in general is tough because it requires some theory behind it, but you don't have theory before you write the program, right? The only way to find the truth is just to try and experiment with different cases and with different type of structures for your particular thing that you're building. And you can't just, I mean, you can try to cover most of the cases. I think I have never tried it. Maybe I should try to write all the cases that I can even imagine on a piece of paper. But something tells me that even if you do this, probably you will not I don't know, probably you will not, probably you will miss something for sure. And those things can be found only when you experiment and write code, and I don't know. And when you found the solution, right, it's always a bit complex and you gotta simplify. But I mean, the amount of cases and the amount of like data structures, different arguments are so huge that you're thinking like, I mean, yeah, I can, but you don't see necessarily the benefits of those things. I don't know. Maybe I should write a paper for each function I have and somehow gather them together and just to see the whole picture. I don't know. But when you write the code, you already write a solution, you already write a sort of either a draft for your solution or just some working code. But it's quite difficult then to translate it back to the normal language. It requires a lot of work. Well, this is what I would say. And it's not just you're explaining the code, because like, I mean, you can read the code, right? Anyways, I think it's more important to describe the reasons behind particular lines of code, and maybe some diagrams, maybe some pictures which you can include in paper, and just to try describe each line of the code. Even if you do this, it's still quite complex. You still need to read those things, you still need to comprehend, although it's much I mean, it's more clear when you do through the paper. In university, I always dreamed that I could at some point write a programming kind of like programs for each how it's called, numeric algorithms, right, in math. And it's a quite noble idea, I think, and probably in some at some point in the future I will definitely try to do that. But I think that in those cases it's much simpler, because someone already got through so much theory in their lives. They studied certain problems so many times in so many forms, and that you just know what to do, right? When you know what to do and what to program, you can do it easily, and you can map to things like paper and the code, and you can understand easily everything. But when you don't have any theory, I mean nothing, like even the how to draw the slurs, right? Which is insane task, to be honest. uh, to cover all the edge cases. I mean, yeah, and even that you don't have any theory. I mean, you of course you have theory on curves and like splines, cubic splines, of course. But I mean, like how to apply these things to music. That's another question because like I found many applications and open source libraries which throw those slurs. I mean, in some of the tools, right? Like Unison, but they do it so poorly, man. It's just insane. It seems like they don't really solve those problems which I was solving. But yeah, I spent, I don't know, maybe in total like 6 7 months just on slurs, which is insane if you think about it. But it's not like I was spending the whole time, of course, on this stuff. But uh, quite unbreakable periods of time, I was just spending only for slurs. Yeah, this is extremely difficult problem to solve. It's not like you need to draw certain cubic splines, and even S-shaped slurs, man, it's just insane. You need to glue them. You need to glue them in a way that it will, be as smooth as possible. So yeah, you gotta know some theorems in particular, like differential formulas and stuff like that. So it's not that easy, but yeah, luckily I managed to do that. But what I was speaking about, what I was talking about is like when you trying to write a code without any theory behind it, it's you're basically doing double job. You exploring the theory because it's not like you can imagine all the cases and like in theory, right? You need to. Many people think that theory comes just out of our minds and that's it, but I think it's very far from the truth. I think that any theory is developed by the practice, and without practice, without seeing the real edge cases, it's not possible to build complete theory on anything. So yeah, this is what's difficult really about software development, that you write code without any theory on certain problems. And of course, we've developed many solutions like frameworks, or we're using some libraries which provide some sort of practical solutions with theory behind them. But again, those theories are based on some certain beliefs, like for example, MVC or object-oriented programming. Those things you cannot prove that they're effective, like scientifically. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, unless you kind of like can develop a theory about what complexity is, what is code complexity, and somehow to measure those things. But again, it's not about just complexity of certain things. It's about enjoyment and which style of coding you enjoy the most. That's what's important. And for me, although I totally understand that many people would be frustrated to see such code, and many people would be frustrated to work with such code, but for me it's perfect code. And it's not sarcasm, it's I'm not trolling anyone. It is what it is. The reason why I'm writing in such style is because I like explicitness, and even though it requires a lot of space on the screen and you need to read a lot of time many certain things, I think this code tells me not only what I see immediately, like what this argument is and what this particular function does, but also the reasons and the context of those elements in the code. So I don't know, maybe I also didn't have that much time to simplify names to make them shorter, but I don't think it would make code necessarily better, simply because there might be some details that will be lost during shortening. Yeah, anyways. So I think that we can just restart our server. Let's go back again and just check the difference one more time, or maybe a couple of times. Yeah, so this is the example that I was thinking about, so let's hear. Yeah, it sounds about right, and this one, yeah. And now the correct version should work in a way that this line completely the same as this one. So let's see. Right. Okay, so okay, that's interesting because like it seems to me that this thing sounds like this. I don't know, maybe I missed something, so let's count. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Okay, so something is definitely wrong here. Maybe I also missed something in previous things. I don't know. Okay, so to me it seems like if we have, yeah, let's add another test. I think I catched anything, something, some one more error. Okay, so let's see. It's 12. I don't remember the. Okay, it's supposed to be octave number 13, I guess. And I think the idea here is just to say that okay, so basically I would say that we can copy this thing, of course, but what I want to leave, yeah, I don't know, let me think. Okay, so 2 last chords. I'm just so tired. Yeah, let's do something like this. So let's say, yeah, let's say we have the same tempo, of course. Just remove this thing. Okay, so here, let's say we have chords which is look like this. First stave with treble, clef. 1 second with the bass clef. Okay, this is all good. And now let's say we want this to be here. Okay. And now let's say we have octave up from first note. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Octave number 13. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's land here, so let's it before second line. Okay. Should be okie dokie. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't work. Even if I tell that the first node here, let's just check. Okay. Okay, now it's disappeared. How it would sound. Okay, interesting. Maybe something with the... Yeah. Okay. I think it's a quite interesting case, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess if you want to do this, you just put the Octava up to the... There is a way where you can just say it's Octava up. And it will work. So, I don't know. I will consider this thing for sure, but anyways. Okay, so here we just copy paste this thing again. Octava number 13. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, so okay, interesting. So so something went wrong, like here. I don't know. Let's go to 12. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm telling to octave down from 4th unit to 6th unit, which is okay. Oh, okay, so apparently there are some errors here. It's quite, by the way, it's quite interesting that I made this mistake, but yeah, what we can do actually, we can do something like this. Let me think. Yeah. So there are some errors, which is cool. Let's copy this thing. I hope that I will be able to see. There's myself. Oh, that's a shame, by the way, because I'm supposed to see errors, but I don't see the error tab. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, and even... Huh. Yeah, so there is a bug apparently because I see the error, but when I rendered the preview, the error tab is not showing up, which is an interesting bug. I think it became the thing after I wrote the logic on the front end and haven't checked the things on errors, which is a shame, of course. But what can we do? We're gonna fix this thing for sure. But firstly, let's fix the behavior, and I think it's called like is last measure on page line. No. Is last. Yeah, I don't necessarily remember this thing. Oh, okay. Is last measure on page line. Is last single unit invoice on page line. Yeah, this is what I think we need. And yeah. Okay, so here. Okay. Okay. I think we can do something like this. Hopefully it will work. Okay, there are some failed tests. Okay, I don't think it helped anyhow. Okay, so that's kind of weird. Okay, so I need to add a task here. Okay, this one I recently done, so we can just delete this thing. And we can also do this fix error top in editor. Okay. And now, no. So, but this test failed, but I don't understand what's changed. So let's hear again. Okay, so errors stays the same. So let me just log this thing and Octavus number 12. Okay. So those things are undefined. Then we say true. Okay. Let's also log out this thing just in case. Alright, so yeah, true undefined. Okay. Right. Why do we need octave sign mark? Are we using it? Not really. Oh, right, of course, this one is incorrect. So it's supposed to work like this. So either we have this, because I thought that octave sign mark somehow is being used here. But this check is just telling, oh, we need this in order to have this one. But yeah, now it should work, I hope so. Okay, octave number 12. Okay. Oh, it's fell for HTML. Not quite sure why. Oh, okay, yeah, I realized I've changed this test by deleting the last line there. So, anyways. Okay, let's just run all the tests then. Okay, all of the tests passed. That's not good. I don't know. Let's see. Alright, that's okay. Down number 13. Let's hear this one. Awesome. Let me just run the npm run this and restart just in case. And run all the tests again. Awesome. So yeah, we fixed a lot of things. That's great. Let's commit this stuff because we've done really good work today. Huge amount of work. Okay. Yeah, Jesus. So much stuff has been done. Okay, those things are basically auto-generated content, but yeah, still huge amount of work has been done today. Okay. I hope that the linter works quite well, so let me check real quick. I don't want to ruin anything. Okay. I think we can merge it. Okay, so I think we need to change our focus on fixing error stop in the editor, which is, I would say, crucial thing. It's more important than media output, because media output is just a new feature, but the editor should work properly, and error stop must be shown whenever we got such errors like we've seen. And yeah, I'm also thinking about more errors, like we need to create more tests with errors, like sort of negative tests, just to see that you know, that everything is handled without any surprises, which again is just quite a difficult thing to do. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm really tired, although this thing about editor, of course, should be fixed. I don't know, let's just check if that thing can be fixed quite like how much time it would take to fix this thing. I don't know. Okay, let's close this tabs. Let's check it out to master branch. Okay. All right. Anyways, we go to the editor. We go to the. I think it should be called like show errors type or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's either here, like attach actions to the toolbar. Errors preview tab. Okay. Cool. So this function is not being called. Yeah, simply because we kind of like expecting some response body from somewhere, which is I don't know. It's quite questionable. Okay, so let me check where it's actually been called. So it's been called in actually in multiple places. One of them, I think it's here. Okay, so yeah. So basically we are calling this function anyways, but it's not like we are doing I don't know. It's kind of like weird because I don't remember. Um, okay. Show errors view. Let's see this function. Right. Okay, so yeah, I don't think that this code is being called anywhere with the response body. Okay, let me check out another branch. Okay, so basically what I would say, by the way, if I fix this right now quickly, I will show you how I do releases, which is extremely simple, but yeah, I hope you will be impressed. I'll be right back. All right, so where we are now. Okay, so apparently this function is being called in many places. Like for example, when we select the page, and we're opening text area, but I don't think that okay, so I don't think, just 1 second, let me check. All right. Yeah, isn't quite big. Anyways, okay, whatever. Anyways, so as far as I know, this function is not being called after yeah, it's not being called after we render the preview, which is, I don't know, let's see. So we're selecting page here. What else we're doing? We're deleting selected page, and okay. Yeah, this thing needs to be checked. And we're just doing this at the end. Okay, yeah, probably, I don't know. So what I would do, I would call this function right after we render the Unilink output. That's what I do. Yeah, right here. That's right. It's constant, but whatever. Yeah, I also don't think that we should attach this thing to the window thing. But anyways, also, I don't think this thing is applicable. This template is released. Okay, maybe. Alright, so what we should do here, we should just do something like this, I guess. Yeah. And okay, so and we're doing this. Yeah. Okay, so let's see, hasn't been re-rendered. Okay, so we compiled all the bundles and we can just yeah, we can just reload the page and just in case we will check the error tabs. Okay, yeah, that's excellent. And if we, for example, do something stupid like this, we will get even more errors. Okay, cool, that works. That works, and this is awesome. So let's fix the problems. Okay. And let's tell that it goes to 7th unit. This one also goes to 7th unit. And let's render. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry about that. It goes to 5th unit. It goes to 5th unit as well. And let's render. Cool. Everything now works, which is awesome. And the only concern maybe is this HTML file. It's activated, yeah, sure, but I'm thinking like more about let me just turn off the conditioner. I think it's been a long time. I'm just freezing right now. Okay, so anyways, I think that this particular function is good that it's being called. Yeah, let me check other places where it's been called, because I'm not quite sure that it's needed to be called. Add new page after selected one. I don't know, maybe. Let me check. So let me do some errors here. Yeah. And let me add new page one. Okay, yeah. Render preview. Yeah, it doesn't work. And I think, yeah, I think I get a lot of errors. Like, yeah, it seems like we need to to be honest, I don't understand this thing, like where it's been. Oh, okay. This one I do understand. Okay, so now let's find all the mentions of this function and let's remove it and hope that it recompiles. Yes, I think it's because of the big fonts files. I will need to figure out, maybe I can optimize this thing as well, but seems like it doesn't power it that much. Okay, so yeah, we got the errors. By the way, I think that I'm not quite sure that it's centralized quite well, but yeah, I don't know. It's okay. And let's say we let's say we're adding new page. Okay. Yeah. Let's say we're deleting page. Yeah, it also works. Okay, got it. Now let's check our branch name and let's go with the status. So first things first, let's stop this thing because we gotta update our files. And since this file is a sub resource, we need to update the cache, which is not quite difficult to do. Let's go to the changelog, which is quite important. Let's copy this thing and let's say it's 113 patch fixed error stop in a editor, yeah, stuff like that. Okay, and the date is June 16. Okay, so what we can do is like we can commit the changes. Can say that this is code for version 1 for 113. Now let's update our cache. Yeah. Previously, I think I shown how I just update via git pull if I just change static files, which is by the way the same case here. I just can call remotely update git pull, and that's about it. But I just want to show how can I, redeploy everything on a server. Let me just really quick check the linter. If it's okay, I'm gonna merge it because the change is quite trivial and it's been, yeah, whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna just merge this stuff. So usually what I would do is just I just would call remote git pull, but here just for demonstration purposes I'm just gonna do something like this, which is remote prod rerun. So what it does actually, it uses my local SH key and it calls and it just sends the signal to remote server, which tells, please restart yourself, and one by one all the clusters, or rather how it's called, sub-processes in a cluster, they're loaded gracefully, and yeah, they work quite nicely, and yeah, we can just rerun it and just see how it works. First of all, of course, he does pulling the latest changes, and we just send the signal, and that's about it. So in a few seconds we could see the change. Okay, yeah, the service is available, so yeah, let's go to the links, let's go to the changelog, and we see that our stop is fixed. By the way, I think, it seems like to me that, yeah, we need to fix this thing. It's not good, doesn't look good. Okay, let me just check out the master branch. Let's dash it for a while. Okay. Now, since I changed one static file, although it's cached, I don't think it's a big problem because I can just clear cache locally. I don't want to just update the version for the sake of clearing up the cache for changelog. I think all the users that who would enter the system will see the latest change anyway. So okay. All right. Now let's clear the cache manually. I hope this fixes the problem. Yeah, it fixed the problem. Everything is nice. We can even go to the sandbox to check that it works. Awesome. So yeah, I think that's about it for today. I think we did a tremendous job. I mean, a lot of stuff has been done, and I think probably tomorrow, I don't know, I will continue testing Grace Notes with other things like pitch adjustments, which is also quite important, and yeah, maybe we can find more errors there as well. And just to see, we just need to finish this testing, and then we can go to handling measure with repeat dots. For now, I'm just gonna implement for one page, particular like where it's declared, but in the future, of course, I need to decide how to approach things among multiple pages. So yeah, a lot of work needs to be done. As you see, there are tons of things. I don't know why I'm keeping here in this file, but it seems like convenient. But anyways, alright, so I think that's it. Thanks and bye.